Hello, everyone. How is everybody going? I hope everyone's going well. Just to let you know that next Tuesday and the Tuesday after are going to be members only. So if you do want to come and join me that day, then yeah, you'll have to be a member. Um, So how does G feel towards me, says Gayatri. There's a feeling of getting very focused on you to the point of overthinking about things. So it's just like, how can I explain it? They're in their headspace, they're not really looking at you, but they're more worried about what you think. So I'm very good, Enchantress. So that's one thing, and they're willing to grow this relationship, but it also feels that they don't really see you for who you are. So there you go. Manifest. Why hasn't the Scorpio emailed me back yet? Okay, they have been busy, but they have been busy not putting in the work, and they haven't been excited to call you because that would be part of them being busy but not. So that's why they haven't called you back at the moment. Arita says, hi, what does XK think of me? He comes back. So at the moment, he's really not thinking about you. However, there is good news on the horizon for you. So I do feel like this person's coming back in your life. However, they will be more selfish. If they were showing signs of being selfish in general like when you were dating, it's still going to be there. Okay? Enchantress says, was SM Sagittarius trying to flirt with me today, and did I ruin it for us? Oh, he's forgotten about today, to be honest. I think that issue, that it would come again, I think it's more being friendly. You're very welcome, Arita. It's being more friendly at the moment. I'm not saying that he doesn't have a desire for you. It just feels at the moment his headspace is, yeah, he's in his headspace and he's not really focusing on the connection, Empress. That's one thing that I would say for these cards. So do realize that at the moment you could try again. There seems to be some teasing, some flirting going on, but do realize that this person's not in their headspace to commit yet, you know? Taylor says, what is my ex's current thoughts and feelings about me? Well, they definitely see you as an option. They're scared or afraid of really coming back into contact with you. It seems like there was some things that are left unsaid that they would have to say for them to come back. And there is that decision. So they're wondering whether they should come back or they should move on. You know, there's kind of that up and down kind of like, should I go stay, should I go? But this person definitely sees you as like a enchantress. Yeah, you know? Like they do see you as being a temptation for them to come back. Construction Girl says, when will I get back to work? Okay, so there is options for you to get back to work. However, do realize that there's no one to care and protect you, and you might have to walk away from that construction side or that particular job. So I do feel like if you're asking about a specific place to work, then I don't think that you're going to get your job back easily, or that space easily, and there's more options out there for you. So do realize, let other people know that you're looking for some kind of work, because there'll be a lot of people to help you. Okay. Aldous says, am I moving into H's place, or should I look at an apartment tomorrow that could be my new home? Okay. I do feel like you're going to be moving in with H, just because the cards feel like you really don't want to find your own place. So Page of Wands in reverse, there's kind of like this inaction, like not really feeling it out. And the Hermit in reverse means you're scared of talking or interacting with other people. So like with these two cards, I feel like you move into H, which will make you happy, will make you feel like less stressed. But overall, like, it does come with downsides, that you haven't conquered your own fears when it comes to your own hang-ups, you know. So there you go. Rupali says, if I file a complaint defamation against Sonam and Babita, will Babita agree to do alimony, a settlement at offered amount immediately? There is an option of that. However, it will backfire kind of a little bit on yourself. There's kind of a feeling like there might be a downside to asking about that. So do realize that if it's your only option, use it. But seems to be a downside. There's also the sun in reverse, so keep your happiness to yourself. Keep your how would I explain it? Your cards to your chest. Don't play your cards too soon, because then you walk into the feeling that that other people will have that power over you, because you want this very quickly. Hello, Alina. How are you? Princess Tiara says, does Rajat love me? There's a feeling like this person's holding on to the past. So if this is a past connection, I would say yes. Well, there's definitely a yes here. Nine of Cups is like the happiness of a relationship, but the Death card means that they are holding on to the past. So this could be a situation or a person that was really hard to get over, and they haven't got over the past. So they need to let that go, because this is affecting their relationship with you. And the Fool card in reverse. So they keep going with the flow. So that's fine. Hello, Jessica. How are you? So that's one thing that I would say. They do love you, but at the same time, they're really ignoring that past when they should fix it, you know. Melody says, what is Aaron's energy? Hello, Talimi, and hello, Munzia. Okay, their energy towards you. Page of Pentacles in reverse. They know how to deal with your feelings, however, they don't want to. There might be, hello, Elisa, how are you? There might be a pushback for them. Like, no, like, I want this particular thing. You know, they could be quite emotionally tight when it comes to you. So do realize that they can be a little bit more caring if they tried. They still want to build like a home or a place with you that kind of feels like that energy of wanting to be together, connected in that practical manner. And the thing is that they're very focused on the future when they should be focusing on the present, because then it will bring them less stress, you know. Jacqueline says, I hope you're doing great. Um, I am, thank you. And may I know what kind of wedding I have? So, I do have to tell you some good news. I am going to my first psychic fair ever at the end of the month. So that's going to be great. I also are in talks with someone about building me a website. So that's really exciting as well. So, you know, it'll be really cool. Um, so the hangman in reverse. So this seems to be that you'll be putting off your wedding. There seems to be a circumstance of that. Um, I don't think this is as much as like in your head thinking about it. The Hierophant, you're going to have a very unique wedding, and I think it's more tailored to you and the person that you're marrying, Jacqueline, in the sense that it's going to be very unique. It'll probably be very small, but it's going to be very much full of personality, full of good vibes. And it feels like chasing money instead of love. So therefore, there might be a little bit of a time that you want to get back into balance. So it could be that you actually start having a family or you move in with this person before you really get married. And that's probably why it seems so small. Thank you, Karen. Jem says, hello, Cass. Will I be accepted on my job application on a project based government job? Thank you. Yeah, I'm excited about everything. Okay. So it seems like at the moment you might not have any experience. Oh, thank you, Jacqueline. Any experience yet of what this job would entail. However, you do know someone that can help you with this experience. So there is a male, very younger male that can help you step you through the experience that's required so you get everything that they ask for. That's one thing that I would say. And the good news on the horizon. So it seems like if you maneuver and you get the experience that they need, that you will be able to get there. Um, this person might not be in your sphere of influence, but more like a friend of a friend, you know? So ask around and see if you can find someone that has the unique skill set and then ask them advice, okay? M says love is hi Cass love is still holding on to any past romantic relationship. Um Was he sexually involved? Any hints about that person? Okay. Right. Okay, so he was romantically involved with someone in the past. I think this is over just because there seems to be that kind of finality to it. That's what I'm picking up from the cards. The magician, I don't think that it was a sexually active relationship. There might have been, but it's so it feels like more like imagination here. So it kind of feels like imagined more than the practicality. So the hanged man in reverse, I think the whole idea is that mm, there's kind of this feeling that this person works more on their imagination than in real life. Like I feel like if they wanted to initiate a practical relationship, then that would be something that they would have struggles with. So I don't feel like that's the case here. I I do feel like this is over, you know. So even though there's imagination, like he probably wonders what this person's doing, there is this finality of like, I know I'm not going to get back there, you know? Lisa says, hi, question one. May I know what the true feelings about me and what is his current situation to A? Okay, so his true feelings, what true feelings of are, this person tends to relax around you. You might not put in the work that's needed for the chase kind of aspect. So he's not working hard, and he's also being quite relaxed or quite lazy around you. So that's one thing that I would pick up from the cards today. His relationship with A, this is interesting because this could be a friendship at the moment. With the justice in reverse, this will come to bite him later. You know, it's going to be in a karma kind of thing. But there seems to be this friendship of like that they're very similar, very compatible. But I do feel like this is maybe going to move into unstable territory when it comes to them being just friends. Megaha says, what does R think about me? What does these friends and think and say about you? Okay, so there is a feeling like this person doesn't know what you want. Firstly, they don't know what you want. Secondly, you seem to be oblivious or aloof when they try to offer you things. And there's a feeling of planning something now. So there seems to be like a wanting to know what you want kind of feeling, and planning for the future. And strength, like they have a weakness towards you, so they're weak around you. However, I do feel like they want to step up and they want to become like more of a masculine figure around you. But at the moment, they feel like that would hinder the relationship. So that's probably what they've told their friends as well, is like their frustrations. But it's not in a bad way. It's not like he's kind of making you out to be a bad person. He's just frustrated. Samia says, a question one, what is John Reed Aquarius think about I feel what does John Reed Aquarius think about I think how I feel for him and how is he feeling currently about me? So at the moment it seems like you're giving off the don't care vibe. So you're very cool, very calm, you don't need this relationship. This is what he feels from you. So and there's a lot of chasing. So there feels like he's still in that kind of chase, trying to impress you kind of feeling like, oh, well, you know. So there seems to be interest, there seems to be a feeling of wanting to connect. That's what's coming from him. And what does he feel about you? Okay, so there feels that he doesn't feel everything's reciprocated. You tend to hold on to things and not give as much. Um, but that's from his point of view. So sometimes this is interesting because it shows you different perspectives of the same relationship. And he feels like satisfied, complete, full, happy, like everything that comes with a really, really good dish, which you are. So I'm sorry to call you dinner, but there you go. Olive says, what is his attentions towards me? Okay, so there's kind of a feeling of physically stuck. And there's kind of like this person is trying to be in this relationship or wants this relationship to progress. However, they don't know how they're going to do that because at the moment their living situation's not great. They are stuck where they are in life right now, and it comes with temperance in reverse. So they haven't been able to moderate things for very long, and it's snowballing. So at the moment, they want this relationship. However, there is kind of this feeling of worry or anxiety about what's going to happen, and they don't really want to lie to you about that you could do so much better. That's one thing that I'm picking up is I don't know why you're going to stay with me when people would get their shit together, you know? Hello, thank you, Samia. Suresha says, I want to know what my talents are. I'm Taurus rising, Pisces moon, and Cancer sun. Okay, so your talents. Okay. So your talents are very good, but they're very practical, which is interesting because the Taurus. So the magician, you have a lot of ideas. Thank you, Slocker. Tell me your question, please. So this is imagination. The whole idea of being able to create large things without needing to put that effort in because you're already imagining what will happen. The attention to detail, you're very detailed. You are able to discern different why something wouldn't work based on differences. And it doesn't need to be big. Oh, thank you, Luna, as well. Let me get to your question soon. So there's kind of like you would know different colors if you saw them. And the other thing is asset location, like the allocation of assets. So you tend to hold on to things until you need to let them go. So you are very good at saving, knowing where to spend it, how to spend it. So there is the practical. You would be able to fit a lot of things. So it's not like these skills are very unique to you, I feel, as in they're displayed only in you yourself. Okay. Sloka says, hi Cass, is my ex interested in someone else? He's going to contact me first, or should I? And then Luna, I will do yours. Thank you so much for the donations. I appreciate that. They're all going to go towards paying for this new website or my electricity bills. So is your ex interested in anyone else? Okay, so he's not, because there seems to be a lot of things that are going on in his life that need immediate attention. His friends have kind of given up a little bit on him because he's been quite slack recently, and he's just been flaky, all hell flaky. So therefore, a lot of his friends have just been like, no, not going to be around you. Page of Pentacles in reverse. You need to contact him because he knows that you want to stay in contact, but he's not going to. So do realize that. Um, I think that's your questions answered. But yeah, do realize that this person's not great dating material just right now. Okay, so Luna, thank you for the donation. Is reunion close for Terry and I? There seems to be good news on the horizon, so I say yes. Um, okay. And there seems to be struggling and winning. So you're working very hard at bringing this person back, and it seems successful. However, I would warn you is the things that have persisted from the past relationship. So it would be like not enough excitement, not enough variety, not feeling satisfied in this relationship will carry on. It seems like it might be not enough time for you guys to realize what you want, or there's kind of like this feeling of holding back for the other person, which means that you're not developing yourself separately. So you can take time to do like what you want and then just incorporate that back in the relationship, because it does feel like there is some elements that you both want in this relationship that you're not getting right now. Thank you for the donation. That's so nice of you. Thank you. Okay. Okay. Thank you. Intuitively Maniqueness. Is Dee still interested in me? Yes. This person's still interested in you. Yes. 110% yes. So there is over flirtation. So this person does want to talk to you a lot. This could be about their feelings. So they're overwhelmed with their feelings right now and they want someone to talk to, which is probably you mostly, but I think it's also to show that they're still interested, that they still want you. But do you realize that this is going to be a lot of sob story? So they're feeling very bad, like sad for themselves. So you might have to nod and smile a little bit more. There's also a fear-based connections with people. If they don't let go of fear of like you walking away or you finally giving up on them, um, that yes, there, there's kind of like fear can create jealousy in relationships. It can bring up resentment because they still feel like they own you, or that you shouldn't leave because they're still very committed to this relationship. Okay? Thank you for the donation. Palex says, please tell me about my career, the most suitable field for me. Leo sun sign and Sagittarius moon sign. That's a very different one. Okay, so at the moment, you should not focus on the future. You should focus on the present. There seems to be a couple of things coming in for you that are time based. So do realize that if you focus on the future, you miss these things because you're going to go past them, completely past them. Nine of Wands, good news and travel are coming your way. So it could be that you are in for a promotion. This takes a little bit more responsibility and unlocks the ability for you to travel a lot more places. And planning. So there seems to be that you should take this month to plan, even if it's to write down of like your goals and what you should do and how you should do it, because it seems that then you have something to work for. And this would be focusing on the present right now. So there you go. Cupcake Facts Journey says, hello again. What am I doing to allow me to get my first time with my audition? Congratulations. Intuitively, I will do yours just after this question. Okay, so you did have an audition that went wrong. And you're still like focusing on this one. I think just like it seems like a weird thing, but the cards are saying just be yourself. And now that sounds really bad advice, but the cards say don't worry about things, just rock up at the auditions. And just don't care if you get the role or not. It seems like work more on, thank you for the donation. Work on more like the motivations, like how do you think your director or something. Ask for feedback. But there seems to be someone that's very close to you, like a friend actor, or yeah, I feel like it's a friend actor that can help you out with auditions, and then you can work with him, and he seems to know a lot more places to apply, because you're probably just applying through the places that you know, not, oh, okay, like he'll know these particular auditions, so I should ask him. Okay? So it doesn't seem like you should worry about getting it the first time. Just keep on working your wonder. Okay? Intuitively Maniqueness says, will I see my message before my uh next visit? It seems like this person will. However, it seems like they might have lost the message. So they have to come back for it again. So it seems like, how can I explain it? They haven't seen it yet. They will before they see you again. And it does mean that they have a little bit of self reflection and a lot of imagination. So the imagination's burning through. However, do realize that with the Nine of Cups, there seems to be a general happiness anyway. So when they like see this, they're going to be like, oh, okay. But yeah, at the moment they're being very, very disorganized. And so they have to like come back to this message because they haven't seen it yet, but they will. There you go. Thank you for the donation. I appreciate that so much. Thank you. Okay, we did have another. Larry! Thank you for the donation. Hi, I'm new. Hello, Larry. I would like to ask if it's a good idea for me to speak in my project or stick to a written speech. Thank you. Do not work very hard on this. There seems to be a feeling of like you're really, really freaking out right now about it, but you should let go of fear and you should walk in with a certain amount of pizzazz, a little bit more confidence. Because the thing is that a lot of people are not going to be listening anyway. So do realize that the confidence, the body language will be what will sell this this project. So yeah, do realize that if you stick to written, you're going to have people that are looking at you and tuning out, because it's like when we're reading from a script, it's just like, hello, Mr. So and so, and it's just like, it has no soul. So, Wheel of Fortune, plan it out, but don't spend too much time on the written speech. More kind of memorize what you want to say and just go with it. Allow your emotions to disappear. So there might be a feeling of negativity leading up, and you shouldn't work on that too much. You should actually focus on opening yourself up to being very positive and ask for feedback afterwards. So allow people, even if it's like a box afterwards, to write down their feedback so you can work on it later. But overall, yeah, I do feel like you should speak in your project, just because it gives you such a range of expression and people will listen. So there you go, Larry. Thank you for the donation. Appreciate that. Thank you. Okay, so Stymphosia. I didn't nearly skipped past that. I'm sorry. Stymphosia Bontian. How do you say your last name? That's a really unusual name. What is next in my relationship with JJ? Okay. So this is interesting because there's a feeling like you guys are measuring up each other, like figuring out what each other is good at. So there's kind of like this detailed thing. This could be that you both are very different when it comes to like neatness, tidiness, you know. Then there might be this kind of feeling of discussion about that and focusing on the present instead of focusing on the future, because at the moment you guys have a lot to talk about and a lot of things to work on. Hierophant, this seems to be that you both kind of give up some of the society's rules and laws, quotation marks, that come with relationships, because um some of them won't apply to you, and the others are used as kind of a gateway drug, whether you should be able to do stuff or not. And I think that your relationship, you'll decide, okay, some things are not our things. And there's a feeling of moving in or creating a home together, which is very cute. I think you probably will have pets. If you don't have kids already, it's going to be pets first and then kids. If you want them. Yeah. So it seems like you're going to have this kind of loving relationship where it's very practical and you won't be like forcing each other to go through these certain routines to impress society, which is great. It's a good way of realizing where your importance lies in some things and their importance lies in other things. I hope that helped you. Thank you for the donation. Emma says, "Hi Cassandra, I'm right now online doing a course. Congratulations. My goal is to get a higher score of 10. Will I achieve it?" Thank you, Slocka. Give me a second. Okay, don't go for gold. Focus on that. I don't think you would get a perfect 10, but it doesn't seem like it matters. So you're don't get too hopes up, and do realize that it's not you. It's actually probably the grading system. So don't get too overworked by it. But the mental struggle, just stop being so stop being so mentally focused on one thing. It seems like if you focus on what you're learning, you're going to have a better time of it and you're going to enjoy this more. So there you go. Sloka says, when should I contact him, and will we be in union by the end of the year? So I will ask the pendulum when you should contact him, and then I will pull some cards for you, okay? You're very welcome, M. Lords. Congratulations on doing a course. Yeah, I know that it's scary. Okay. It's definitely going for the 3-week mark. What day should you contact him on? It's a Friday, so the 3rd week on Friday from now. There you go. And what's the other question with that? And will we be in union by the end of the year? Okay. Death card, the Hermit. No. So the death card, it seems like you're scared of like letting go of this, and with the death card in reverse, I feel like it's doubly so. It's like you don't want this not to happen, you know, but I do feel like this person gives you like their change. So they're essentially, with the rest of their relationships, they can be quite generous as in looking after you, but with with you get that change. There's nothing left of them. So I do feel like no, you won't get in union at the end of the year, mostly because this person knows that they can boss you around, kind of thing, and you won't do anything about it. So yeah, um, because they know, do you realize that you can change the cards? But most of the time you have to then change people's perspectives, which is hard. Stimvos here says, will JJ contact me soon? No, JJ won't contact you soon. This person's holding on to something in the past. This might be a grudge. But there seems to be something that he hasn't said. So it could be that he's trying not to let that affect you in general. But this person's just going with the flow. So it feels like anything else but this kind of hold on to the past. They're very go with the flow. This could be that if you contact them, they will say, I'm fine, you know, but there's definitely like this undercurrent of, I'm not fine. I need to talk about this, but I don't want to make you upset or me angry, you know. So there's that feeling of like something to discuss. Okay. So, Finn. Okay. You're very welcome. Hi there, Crow's Nest. Zero to Success Story says, Ma'am, how are you? Will Uchel? It's very cold in India. It's very cold here, you know. It's what is it now? -1. It was -6 today. It'll probably snow again, and then I won't have any strawberries. They survived the first snowfall, so I'm hoping that they just hold on until spring so I can get strawberries, because I didn't get any strawberries this year. Okay, so will Uchel Mystery come back to PL business with a love offer? The very simple part of this would be no. However, I do feel like this could change because this is depending on environment. At the moment, the environment is not conducive to this. So if you moved away, then there would be a feeling of like this person trying to commit. However, because you're both very comfortable where you are right now, it seems like there is this feeling of no love offer because this person hasn't kind of clocked or understood that you might be moving away. And that's at the moment they're comfortable with this, but you're not comfortable with this. And this is only going to happen if you have a little bit of distance. Physical distance, not mental. Libra says, is Ban the Sagittarius anticipating meeting me? How does he feel about meeting me? Oh, he's very nervous. There's like this mental struggle But King of Cups, he's a very emotional person. So therefore, when he thinks, oh, would this person not like me? Will this person, he gets in that mental headspace about it. Wheel of Fortune, he's going to see how it goes. However, he does also feel like it's not going to go as well as he thinks that it'll go. This could be just that he's downplaying it a lot because he doesn't want to get his hopes up. Hello, Jean. How are you? Kursness says, what will Brandon's actions be towards me in love near future? Yes. Fair enough. Okay, so this person's rushing into this relationship. He's also getting very distracted. So it's kind of like a feeling of like rushing and then getting distracted. Like, you're very welcome, Lip. In Up, like the dog, like, oh yes, like I want to chase that, and then it's like squirrel, you know. This is kind of like he's got a little bit of a Labrador mind when it comes to him. But yeah, he's very focused on you, really, really wants this connection. But he could be a little bit intense or a little bit overwhelmed, So do realize if he backs off, it's not because of you. It's because squirrel. Um, so Queen of Pentacles is you. You're very down to earth. You know what you want. You get what you want. You kind of have a feeling of that you are a gift giver. So you tend to view things through the lens of what can I purchase and what can I. It's like you value your time, I guess. Compared to anybody else, you tend to be very savvy in business, and this person sees that the amount of hard work that you put into everything. Hot Sun says, is Matt as financially abundant? Well off abundant as everyone assumes he is. I always love that kind of feeling. Okay, let's go with the simple answer that he is abundant. However, there kind of feels like this person's not very good with their finances. So they do get a lot of money, but I do feel like they spend a lot of money as well. Like they don't see the downside of like spending money because it always comes in for them. So they kind of how can I explain it? I learned about like the divine feminine and divine masculine in money. So the feminine aspect, and this can be anybody, they bring in the money, but because the masculine is the container, they don't control the money. The money goes. And there's also a fear-based attachment when it comes to the past. So this person, why they're overspending so much is because there is like this attachment to the past. There's a story that they keep telling themselves about the past. Like one of my friends, his story about money is that he needs to have a stocked pantry because his dad, yeah, like went bankrupt, left the family, and so therefore he remembers as a kid not having a stocked pantry. And so therefore the person that you're asking about is telling themselves a story and they're living that story. So usually this is the case. They need to resolve that before they can actually hold on to it. Real sunshine, I'm feeling low. I just want some guidance for the universe. Oh man, why aren't you sitting outside getting yourself some vitamin D? Real sunshine. Okay, so, right. So there is the feeling of bringing back excitement, even if this is like when I've been a little bit low, I have looked at something that I want to do, like a concert or something like that, saved up a little bit of money and put it on advance. You're very welcome, Zero. So put it on advance so I can go, oh yeah, on the 16th, I'm doing this. Like, then you amp yourself up, you become more excited. A Nine of Pentacles, work on working hard, you know? So therefore, you might feel at the moment like your hard work's not appreciated, but it's because you might go to work and you might do 9 to 5. And so therefore you're constantly burning yourself out when people don't see it, and you should be working hard for yourself. The other thing that I would say is like, there's a feeling like you're not really around water as much. So do you realize that you could spend a lot of time, how can I explain it? I do know where you should go. So if there is a Zen garden close to you, take time to go to the Zen garden and watch the little pond, because all I can hear in my head is like the little bamboo chimes, the ones that go tick tick, like they make their certain sound, and it's so pretty and so like so calm, so serene. You don't want the space to end, and you can look in the water and see if there's any koi fish, you know. But that's one thing that I would say. If you can't get to that, like a video on YouTube of like someone walking around a Zen garden will do good enough, okay? So there you go. Pooja says, what are the current feelings of Bisweight for me? There you go. I hope that helps you. Go and get some sun, my love. So at the moment, the feelings for Bisweight for you, there feels like this person's very honest right now. And so therefore, you're very welcome. That's they are kind of taking something out on you. It's like they're frustrated in life and they're just turning around and they're giving you this kind of like energy because they're frustrated when they should be actually getting up and going and doing something about it. At the moment, if they're doing this right now, you should just be like, hey, this is not my fault, not my problem. go and do bother someone else, okay? That's what I would say for you. There's no kind of like love or something like that, but I do feel like the undercurrent is resentment, but it's not resentment of you. It's resentment that they're in the place that they are in, and you might be trying to remind them like everything's possible. Don't worry about it. And, you know, it's not going very well for you. So do you realize if they turn around, you're like, not my problem. Okay. Lotus Rose says, what do I need to know about my social media account and the people that are watching me? Be aware of. Okay, so the people that are watching you, you should be aware of. That is a long question. So your social media account is not getting that much traction. If this is something that you really need to work on, Lotus Rose, feel free. But you know, the other thing that I would say is that you haven't decided a life choice that you need to do about your social media account. This could be just because you don't know how you feel about it. So it could be affecting your mood. It could also be that you don't know whether this is a personal account or something that you're selling through. So do kind of figure out that, because that's important. Ace of Pentacles. I feel like there's some things on there, like maybe you make things, but there seems to be people that want to pay for things that you have. I don't feel like this is paying for you, so it's not like body or something. But just put down your question until I get to you, my love. So that's the case that you might be able to sell something that you're doing, whether it's like a certain dress that you have on there. Okay. Heaven Kilo. Kilo? Looks like Kellogg's and Kilo. Um, if drawn, can you please tell me Richie's current feelings and thoughts about me? My initials are Hey K, so Hong Kong. Mm? You're very welcome. There's a feeling of rushing in. This person's energy is off the charts. They are very, very ecstatic. They have a lot of energy. It's very bountiful energy, very rushed energy, but just like this energy is off the charts, and they are very happy to have you in their life, are very much like willing to please. But there seems to be this feeling that they're on the outside, they're very how can I explain it? Like the energy's very, very much big, but when you get to know them, they're quite quiet. So it's like they spend all this energy back to quiet. Spend all this energy back to quiet. So I do feel like this person is very methodical, works very well, but you know, they tend to show like this kind of overwhelmingly enthusiastic side, but they tend to think very, 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 very strongly. So they're very intelligent. That's what I'm picking up. Mealy says general messages for February. Okay, so if you are single, thank you, Sepaha. If you're single, then there is a love coming in for you. If you're in a relationship, love is really strong this month for you. There's a feeling of that you are worried about certain people that don't have your best interest in mind. However, you should let go of control over this. So allow things to naturally fix themselves and don't worry about these people, because either their karma is going to get them or you shouldn't be around these people in start with. So don't feel like you have to bend over backwards for people that are not going to be really caring, okay? Sebaha says these thoughts for today. Thank you for the donation. Okay, so Sebaha, there is this feeling of addiction that this person holds towards like feeling like you're not at home, or you're going to be somewhere else, and this kind of feeling of like, oh well, I don't know if they're going to be there, are they going to be busy, are they going to, so their thoughts are constantly like, are they busy? Knight of Wands is feeling of chasing, really going full heartedly at this relationship. So this person's really interested. And get up and go cards. Like they want to be around you all the time. There's a feeling of kind of obsessiveness. But if this is just like you've just met them, Sebaha, this is a normal feeling of love. This is kind of like the before lust, and like way before like this kind of stable love. Okay. Laura says, "What does M Aries want from me? Like, does he want a relationship or something else?" It's probably just thinking that you were always busy, you know? Okay. So this person wants a relationship. And I feel like wants a relationship with you because there's the hard work. And this feels like they're carrying on in life. They just keep on going. They keep on working at it. But the tower in reverse, this is why you feel kind of like they don't, is because you had a tower moment, your relationship fell down. And so therefore there's kind of this rebuild, but you might have not got to talking about like what happened. And so therefore this is what's going to happen, that you need that work and then you'll come back again to this kind of very feeling of like, hey, we've got this under control. Lily says, "Hi dear, I decided to do something to reach my goal financially." Woohoo! Lily, well done. What is the result of my decision? Okay. Right. Okay. So you have done a little bit of a decision making. However, there's more, Lily Rain, to choose. So there's more life choices coming up because you chose this path. So that's the thing that I would say. So that's one thing that you have to keep on going with, is like the choices. This feels like even if you want prosperity and abundance, especially in your household, you might need to get outside the household for that abundance to come in. So it's not coming straight to your home, it's going to be coming to something else. So do realize that you've got to kind of set up a space, or like set up a specific place for you to get this abundance to come in. There's also a feeling that you might have outstayed your welcome with someone. They might find you annoying, or you just haven't got this relationship. That's okay. You know, you could try someone else and just like get them to work for you. But there's like this feeling of like, don't don't choose like people that are not going to have like the same desire for you, you know? Like if they're kind of talking you down, you like talk to the hand, not listening, okay? Even if they're your partner, they just don't know that you're working really hard and you're going to get this, okay? PJ says, "What are the current feelings of DBD for me?" I like, honestly, I should stop playing games. I thought that was Dead by Daylight for a second, PJ. Okay. So what are DBD's feelings for you? Okay, so there's temptation. I'm going to read this just as temptation. There's a feeling of like that this person doesn't want to care and protect you, but this could be that you are in their world, but they aren't ready to commit fully. There's feeling of like wanting you to be independent. It's just like this person feels like they're overstepping if they care and protect you, kind of feeling of, you know. So there's temptation and that you're part of this person's world. So I do feel like they're very um introverted. So they tend to bring people in their shell and then start loving them before that. Susie says, what is his energy right now? In distance, no contact. I'm a Libra, I'm Taurus. Okay. So, Susie. Thank you, Sebaha. Thank you for the donation. Okay. So, Nine of Pentacles, this person's not really working that hard. So they're kind of being quite lazy, but they're planning their life. So it feels like they're lazy when it comes to you, but mostly because they're focused on making money. So this can be one of these things, is they're quite a workaholic. And so therefore everything else has to go on the back burner, including you. So I wouldn't say that they don't care for you. Sometimes I sit there and go, the King of Pentacles definitely gives me this energy of like, I don't care. But this one seems like they care, but because they are planning and they're working hard towards money so they can live for you or be around you and create a life for you, that they're sacrificing the present with you to work into the future for you both. And that's interesting because I don't usually get that caring energy from King of Pentacles in reverse, but this one I do. FA's thoughts and feelings for me versus their thoughts and feelings for MP. Okay, so yeah, you're definitely on their mind quite a lot. So Nine of Cups, this happiness, overwhelmingly happiness in a relationship, like good times. This can be also a symbol of being married or having this very strong future together. King of Cups in reverse, this person's very emotionally drawn to you, emotionally stuck on you. You're their favorite person. So if you don't know anything about mental health, some people have favorite people and that's it. Like they don't tend to bond with other people even though they've got plenty of friends. They're not their favorite person. The other person that you asked about, this Queen of Pentacles in reverse, they just didn't have time for this relationship or like being together. So MP was just like really working on their own stuff and the tower moment. So I do feel like, yeah, this person's moved on. So FA has moved on from MP because he's just realized that she just didn't have time for him. Linda says, did I marry my own twin flame? Oh, did you marry my twin flame? That makes sense. I do feel like yes. I normally don't say that it's Ness. Well, Sebahar, I would definitely feel like you are the person that he tends to be wanting to be with. Linda, yes. So it feels like Nine of Wands. Yes, good news. The weakness. So you do have like as twin flames do, is bring out the weaknesses in ourselves and the world. So yeah, that kind of combining strengths. So I do feel like yes, you're right with this. Miss B says, what are P's current feelings for me? Oh, there was a couple that came out. Okay, so at the moment, this person doesn't want to interact as much as normal, because they're very focused on money. However, they are willing to. They're scared, but they're falling into this relationship or falling into commitment with you. There seems to be this kind of falling in. Queen of Cups, you are so loving, so caring, so kind. That kind of really connection of like you care a lot and very deeply for people around you. And there seems to be a celebration in the future with this person. This could involve marriage if you're not married already, but there feels like this very, very strong celebration. And this is what this person's working for. So they have this plan in mind even if they haven't told you. Beha says, who's my next partner? Next or ex? Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. Who is your partner? Definitely next. So yeah. So Beha, you're very focused on getting yourself somewhere in life, and you're also growing yourself a lot. I do feel like the universe is acknowledging through your cards that you're growing a lot as a person, that you're growing a lot of your opportunities. And so, therefore, there's a lot more people coming in for you that are going to be interested in being your next. Okay? Thank you for your work today, Karen. I definitely appreciate that. Golden Mystic says a general reading. Okay. So at the moment, I feel like you don't know where to go next. It feels like you have kind of made a trap for your own mind. And so therefore you're not really working on anything because you're very welcome, Beha. You are working, you might even be working hard but busy work. So, and nothing that you're doing is progressing you. You're kind of like rowing around in circles, you know. And Page of Wands, it feels like the inaction is because you haven't taken enough steps for you to actually look up and just go, okay, I can focus on the next thing. So it kind of feels like it's not even out of reach. You just haven't kind of figured out how you're going to get from one step to the next, you know? Linda, I already did yours, my love. Have you already met your married your twin flame? I said yes to that. You're very welcome, Golden Mystic. Sukania says, "Does Omar Libra still love me? Or is he in another love relationship at the moment?" I do feel like he's in another love relationship and he is still thinking about you and still has like he's very caring when it comes to you, but I do feel like he is in a new love relationship. Okay? Mencia says, "Oh, one question. Blessings for me." Thank you, Sebaha. Blessings for me in 2023. Sebaha, I will do yours as soon as I can. Okay. So, blessings at the moment is that a lot of things that have happened for the last 2 years, 3 years are dissipating. And it might be that a lot of it was to do with your mind not so much your physical circumstances. So it was like this frustration of like, oh, this is not happening, like, you know, like one thing over top of each other to the point that you were kind of really in that kind of, oh no. So this is getting resolved this year. Knight of Wands, you are having good news coming in for you. That kind of feels like this is getting resolved and then good news is coming in. However, I do feel like don't talk as much about your dreams and desires, because there seems to be other people around you that won't be as good being the people that you want to talk you up and kind of have your back. So do realize to keep good news to your chest until like you have got what you wanted, because other people will become jealous or they will come not so kind to you. Sebaha says, does she regret breaking us and FA and I apart? Would she prefer me over the new person? Okay. So Sebaha, like, I do feel like this person's a little bit regretful for what they've done. Maybe not the breaking, but there's kind of like this feeling that your relationship with this person never was the same again. So that's the regret that they have. At that moment, this person thought you were an option or something that was they were willing to try and and come part of your life a little bit more, and that didn't work out. So I think there is a certain amount of regret, but not like the way that you want it to be. Would she prefer me over the new person? She's not working hard for this. So she wants you to work hard. I don't think that you want to work hard for this. I think that you want to see where your life goes. And so therefore you don't really want to kind of put in the work for someone that you already know. Love Libras, thank you. Um, Question 1. How does my person in a new relationship or talking to with another girl or still is my person in a new relationship or talking to another girl or still think of me? Okay, you're very welcome, Sebaha. So this short story is, yes, this person still thinks of you and they want to still be around you. There could be this feeling of wanting to get married or really committed to you. Are they talking to other girls? They do have a weakness to talking to other girls, but it doesn't seem like they've got another girl yet, you know? Oh, two. That's good. That's very lucky. It's like at the moment, like 22 minutes past 8, so it's 2022 for me. No, not the dreaded 2022. Um, are they in a relationship with someone else? No, they're not, because they are really kind of possessive of their own things. They don't want to share right now. So do realize that they haven't found someone to work on that. I agree to the 2022. I hope it never comes back. Uh, I was laughing because I was said the other day. Thank you, love Libras. I was saying to the other day, did the Aztecs, the Mayans get it wrong? Sorry. And creates the calendar to not be 2012 but 2022. uh, we'll see about that. Oh well, it's already passed. We survived. Um, Hina says, "Will I get married to my twin flame in the future? Because I met him in the past." There is the temptation to feel like you want to get married to this person, because they are very doting, very like they make you their world. However, they do feel very chaotic to me. So I don't feel that the answer you're looking for is the answer that I would say, because yeah, um I do feel like you kind of met this person in the past. Yeah, Hina, you met your twin flame in the past, but I don't feel like you'll get married this lifetime to this person. Okay? Muskin Rana says, "I hope you're doing well. Is Abshek Pant is Muskin soulmate and have some feelings for me." Um, so this person has some weakness towards you, so they are weak. I don't feel like the soulmate for you. You're very welcome, Hina, because there's no kind of connection on that level. However, they're also not really thinking about this connection. There's kind of like this focusing on headspace, not seeing outside it, and very focused on their own moods. So that's kind of a hard thing for me, is that they really haven't been working on them, like, being great in this relationship. It feels like you have waited a long time for them to wake up and become like better, but I don't feel like they're going to get better because they don't know what they should be working on. Okay? Moonlight says, "Hello, can I have a general reading?" Of course you can, Moonlight. You're very, very welcome to have a general reading. And we had a skate cat. Cat, why are you escaping? Okay, so your general reading. Okay, let's have a clarification card for that. You're very welcome, Muskan. There's a temptation to always think that you can do things by yourself. And so therefore your new parts of life will have to incorporate other people if you want things to continue. If you want your dreams, your bigger goals to be achieved, you will need other people. And I do feel like you tend to have this lone wolf aspect about you, and you don't kind of realize that everything to be achieved is like only in a certain way. So with the hermit in reverse, you're scared of like asking other people or working with other people to get what you want. There's little things in your life that you're going to get that are going to be good, but I think the bigger goals in life, you will need to have a team. Even if they're not someone that you pay for, but they are on your side as friends, as acquaintances that will help you. Yeshnia says, "Will my person in my mind contact me soon or never again?" No, this person will contact you soon. I think that they don't know why they contacted you, so it might be like this accidental dial. But you're very welcome, Moonlight. Tell me how it goes when you actually have these big goals and you get other people to help you. Um, but yeah, they won't know why they called you, but it feels like it's almost divinely orchestrated. They're like, I don't know why I called you, but I needed to call you, you know? Yes says, can you please tell me how he feels about me? Why does he keep coming in and out of my life? Should I forget about him? The cards say, beware of red flags. Beware the flags. Knight of Swords in reverse. This person's very chaotic. They don't know what they're doing in life. This is why they keep on coming in and out, and you keep on letting them. They also see you as being one of their options or something that they want, but they don't seem to be really committed overall. And yeah, the red flags are coming up quite strongly. So you should keep an eye out. Like, what you doing? What you doing over there? Because they're not so on the ball as you think they are. Tara says, "Why did my Capricorn ghost me? What happened? What went wrong?" Okay. Ooh. Okay. So this is interesting. So there was temptation to feel like certain amounts of jealousy or pent up, like, frustration based on how well you go in life. Like, you're honestly going for gold, you're very successful, you are very good at manifesting things into your life. Like, this person turns around and you might just like, I want a puppy, and suddenly you're holding a puppy, and they're like, where do you get that from? So don't worry about it. It's, if they can't deal with your strengths, then let them go, because honestly, you did not do anything wrong. You just had someone that couldn't think bigger than themselves, okay? Yeah, if you do make a PayPal donation, please write PayPal at the front in big letters so I see it. Karen and I will look for that, but do realize that you might have to post a little bit longer than this super chat, just because sometimes I don't read them all at the same time because it's too much text, okay? Um Jean says, how does Andre feel about me currently? This is interesting because this person is in 2 months. Like, they've got the youngest side and they've got the older side. So the youngest side of them, when it comes to this relationship, it's rushing around the place. It's not directed towards anything. And so therefore they feel frustration. And so they're getting very slowly into this relationship. So it's kind of like this feeling of they might not be able to deal with communicating their wants and needs. It feels like that's the case. And then they wanted your attention in a worse way. Like, not in a worse way, but the only way that they vie for your attention is not being assertive, and they could have been attention seeking in a way that they didn't get what they want. So it's kind of a hard thing that you might have to have a discussion about um how they view themselves in this relationship, because there's no coping strategy when it comes to really approaching you in assertive manner, asking for what they want, because they've never had that kind of healthy relationship before, and that shows. Okay. Hi SK, how are you? uh, Fatima says, does Joed like me? Okay, you are one of their options and they're very focused on you. However, there's kind of like this feeling of this person's kind of sworn off relationships right now, Fatima. So it's just like one of those things that I would say to you, they might have a general interest in you, but do realize that they're not completely thinking about that. You're very welcome, Jean. Thank you. So it's kind of like they want to be a monk. So it could be just that they're very young and they haven't got a understanding of like what they want in life. So, you know, they think it's cool. Um, but do realize that they're still interested in you, but that's the case. Thank you, Jackie. Is my ex making an honest comeback soon? Okay. Um that's interesting. Let me figure this out. You're very welcome. Thank you for the donation, Jackie. Okay. So I would think yes, but however, they are still kind of like giving me slight like lying vibes, like a little bit more like you said honest. So I do feel like they tend to lie for other people, like trying to impress other people. It's just like something that they are like slight mask, like they're scared of other people knowing completely who they are. And there is the ones like they'll try very hard, but they still haven't got it yet. You know, they haven't really figured out how to be great in that. Hello, Teresa. Thank you for the donation. Uh, I don't feel like a narcissist more than like I don't want to diagnose them because that's not what I am. But there's kind of like a bipolar personality kind of feeling coming through. More like they're really scared of what other people, and it's not like a shift. So it's not like narcissistic, but there's kind of like this feeling of always trying to need to impress other people. But there's kind of like this scared and vulnerable stage, which I don't like. I've read for people before, and I'm like, this person doesn't care about other people. This could be the one. You've already met the romantic partner you seek, and playfulness to recapture romance allow your inner youthful spirit of fun to shine. So, Theresa, what was your question today? Thank you for the donations, guys. Jackie, I hope everything goes well, my love. Um, Theresa says, have I met a person I have met a person at church. Will we begin a relationship? Okay, this seems like a little bit of planning. Like you probably will have to ask this person out, or there's kind of like that feeling of that you have to really put the effort in compared to them. But there's a practical relationship. So I would say yes to this. Like, hell yes. You're very welcome, Jackie. But there's a practical nature, so you guys negotiate things, and you'll be very much a practical of. And the High Priestess, you're manifesting this in for you. So I do feel like the answer is yes. I don't feel like it's going to be too long until you'll be in this relationship, but you might need to plan to have like excuse to like meet each other outside church, you know? There you go. Thank you for the donation. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. That will either go towards setting up my tarot website or going to my bills. Thank you. Acacia says, is life insurance for me still? Okay. There seems to be other options that you can do that are not life insurance that will probably be better for you, Acacia. The Hermit in reverse, you're scared of like if you do this, like, you know, bad things will happen, which you shouldn't be worried about that. Like, I do feel like people tend to overthink things too much and then they get into this fear state. So you shouldn't feel very much about the fear state. Um, this it feels like with these options that are coming up, there's almost like a protection of assets. So things that you already have that you want to protect. That's a very interesting thing that I would say is like you need to have like a protector your assets vehicle, so therefore if something goes wrong, so this could be like um it's like almost like a liability insurance or something like that, that could have like a life option to it, so it's like a life insurance but something else, and it protects like things that you need to protect. Okay. I wish I could specifically tell you what it is, but it's like a yes and this, a kind of option there. Okay. Disney fan says, last time you said Gemini was angry towards me. Is he still angry? And if so, why? I don't feel like this person's angry with you now, Disney fan. It's just I feel like this person gets over things very quickly. Um so there's nothing about anger here. There's more imagination. Um Tricia, just put down your question again, my love. There's imagination, there's manifestation, and then acceptance of you. So there's kind of like a feeling of knowing who you are. There could have been a little bit of anger because this person hasn't um didn't know who you were, so they could have had like argument about like what you were doing in life or what how you're going to be doing things, and you just got everything in control. So this person doesn't have to worry about you. They don't have to stress about you. You've got everything under control, and that's perfect. Okay? Um I never know your name because it's got this really interesting writing. Question: what is the outcome of my Emirates interview on Thursday? Okay, so they are going to consider you option. There might be that you're very welcome, Disney fan. Um, thank you for being here. Thank you everybody for being here. Thank you. Um, but there seems to be that they might not consider you for the first um round, but you come in on the second round. So they kind of feels like yes, like we love you, or like you are someone that they want, but they've got a lot of candidates, so they are going to pull you in the second round. Um, and it could be just because they're like, okay, you have to choose a different home base. So you will have to live somewhere else to have this job. So they're wondering whether you would actually want to do that. So that's the case. And the full in reverse. The cards say don't worry about this. Like you've got it in the bag. So don't worry about it so much. Because the universe is going to take care of you, and you just need to work on like other people's motivations, understanding people's. Dennis Deschelle. Oh, okay, Denise. Sorry about that. Um, so that's brilliant. So that I think that you will get it. You just need to worry about that. Um, it was interesting because Jackie, why I was so confused is there was kind of like these feelings of wanting to come back, like the new love. So Ace of Cups is like new love, like this feeling of like I'm in love with this person again. But there seems like the Ace of Wands in reverse, where like it needed a step up. And also the Hermit in reverse was kind of like a very different energy that I was feeling. So I do feel like if you asked him, like he would be like, that was a happy time, like those 4 years we spent together were happy. But there's this underlying feeling of insecurity, um, like having to impress people. That's really comes through. And so therefore this person never relaxes. They're always like on edge. So you could feel like this person had, like, they do have narcissistic traits to them, Jackie, but I do feel like there wasn't anything about like I am wanting just to be liked. There was more like, oh, I don't want anybody to be mad at me. Tandem says, when will my tenant leave my apartment? He said this weekend, but didn't leave. Just picking up the phone. Hey, you need to plan to get him out. So pack his things or something like that. Put them in the like garage. Get someone to help you. This person is trying to find a place to live. But they really haven't found a place to live. But you can't keep them there because it's not your responsibility. So do realize that you probably will have to pack up their stuff. So you would have to move them. Okay. Alex, I would like to have a love reading, please. Thank you for being part of the members, Alex. Next Tuesday and the Tuesday after that, we will be having a members only session. Will he pay the rent? I don't think so. From that, no. That is not a thing. Okay, so you have all the love. All the love cards here, Alex. So there was Tower, so like your relationship fell down. So there feels like heartbreak. So that could be like your current process, like the feeling of heartbreak. However, like love is coming in for you very soon. So don't worry about that. Love is coming in. You do not have to worry about that at all. So that's one thing that I would say to you is don't worry, love is coming in for you. Okay? You're very welcome, Tandem, and thank you, Alex. Give me one like 5 minutes and I'll be right back, okay? If you're waiting and you want something to do, you can always press that like button, okay? Thank you. Oh, thank you. Thank you for the donation. Christine, thank you. What is your question? Thank you also for your US 999 donation. That's lovely. Thank you. I didn't see your didn't see your donation question yet. Um, Christine says, should I stay in my current relationship? So I think that this person is very focused on you. However, they do not communicate very well. They know how to communicate, they just don't do it. And there's a feeling that their family isn't really supportive. And you're bringing a lot to the relationship versus them. And they're not putting in the hard work. And the card says give up and walk away just because, like, you are really working very hard on yourself. And you're very hard on yourself in general, you know? Your love life is being affected by children and childlike behavior. Past life relationships, you've known each other before. This could be just that this person's very similar to people that you've dated in the past. And so therefore you know this kind of pattern before. So the cards are saying you're putting in a lot of work, which you probably know, and that you should walk away from this because they're not going to change at all. Thank you for the donation. Overs says current feelings on my Gemini. Do they see my message and their reaction after seeing my recent message? I appreciate that, Christine. Thank you so much. Um, so there is a feeling of that this person hasn't seen your message. However, they've got a lot of things like messages to get to, so they will see it in the future. And I don't think that they're particularly thinking very much about it. It's like there's more like a, oh, okay, you know, like I see kind of reaction. It doesn't seem like they're working very hard on understanding it very much. So there you go. Amarita says like 5-5. What's going on between Mahu and this third party? So there is a sweetness towards this person and imagination. So there's kind of like the worst parts of like attraction. So that's one thing that I would say. And Queen of Swords in reverse. This person's normally like angry and standoffish. So that's the case. And so therefore they're more attracted to this person because they're not particularly easily pleased. Um and their imagination's there because, you know, it's kind of forbidden. I feel like this third party is that. Anna says, what kind of personality will I have a relationship? Um, what kind of personality and emotional is the person like? Okay. Okay, so it's interesting that you have Queen of Wands and King of Cups. So this person wants a very fiery personality, very passionate personality, but the cups. So they'll be very focused on the emotionality of themselves. So it's like I really want someone that takes takes on, so your personality that you'll have a relationship with is someone that wants someone that's confident, someone that's very assertive, but then they want you to be like less than for them. Like, oh, why are you going out? What are you doing that with that person, you know? Like and so therefore they might kind of pull you down because that's what they normally they get possessive and jealous because they want these parts of them, but they aren't ready to kind of learn how to be more like that. What kind of personality emotional is that person like? Yeah, so therefore we've already talked about their mood, but it's also that King of Pentacles in reverse. They could be quite a workaholic or someone that's very focused on money all the time. So that's kind of a hard thing for them to deal with is they don't know how to create money out of thin air. So for them, like, money's always a struggle. So that can be that overriding feeling is like you are once you're very carefree, very extroverted, you know what to do, and you know how to sometimes get what you want because you know the network, like you are able to do that. Attraction, you attract romantic love by enjoying this moment fully. There you go, Anna. Okay. Who is next? Who is next? So if you do want to change the person that you're drawing in for yourself, then you might have to start really embracing the parts of yourself that are different. You know? Sarah says, how do men see me? Sarah is like, the first thing that I would say to you is like scared, timid, nervous, Sarah M. Um, the other thing is you're very, um, like one thing that I would feel is like you take your while deciding what you want off a menu. Like, honestly, you can't make up your mind sometimes. It drives some people nuts, to be honest. The other thing is like they struggle and they win, and it's just like, okay, um that's one thing that I would definitely feel is like you're struggling and you're like they're winning, but sometimes you just a little bit more passive than you want to be. Like I think that maybe this is childhood that's coming back to haunt your butt, is like you want things to be perfect. Like you might have been the golden child when you were a kid, and so therefore there's kind of this perfectionism running underneath you, because I do feel like I'm called to like my sister was a golden child, and so therefore there's a very strong like resemblance of that kind of feeling underneath everything that you're doing. So do you realize that this can be kind of like something that you need to work on, but you need to address this. Okay? Kat says, will I travel to South Korea for my birthday? What do you want to see in South Korea? Okay, so it says yes, but there is kind of things that I would feel that you could do to make it to like get you on track faster. So there's self-reflection. So that's one thing that I would say is like, what do you need to do to like um get yourself towards the goal faster? And you're manifesting this. So it might be that you need to kind of think about what you should do to save up money and stuff like that. But I do see you getting it and getting to go. But I do feel that like the manifestation needs that practical aspect, and like, oh yes, I spent like lots of money, so I need to save those things. Okay. Shrey says, what is Kara thinking about me? She was staring at me, I guess, when I was playing football. There you go, Kat. Good luck. Let me know. I do have a Discord, guys. You can send me photos. You can also like contact me through there and plan a video booking or something like that. I don't do any free readings off YouTube, because then all my time would be taken up with free readings. So, what was this person thinking about when you were playing football? There was, I do feel like this person was imagining your physique. There was kind of like a feeling of looking at your physique, thinking that you look good. That's one thing that I would say. You look good. Um, I think that they noticed that you caught them staring, and they were kind of like feeling very like embarrassed or ashamed by that. But yeah, they were staring for a while. But it seems like, yeah, they were liking the that you're very fit, very athletic. You look good on that football pitch. So I think they were just looking at you, you know? There wasn't anything in their mind specifically. Amy says, what's going to on between Neil and the third party? Yes, you can join as a member. Um, it's quite cheap. And then we only have about 5 members at the moment. And so, therefore, you will be able to ask me as many questions as you desire. You do not have to be competing for the question, okay? So what's going on between Neil and the third party? Okay. So there seems to be that this Neil is very focused on the third party. However, the third party doesn't want to play with them as much as normal. Hello, Master Gaming. How are you? Trisha? I don't think so. Please post again. It might be the auto mod. So yeah, there's kind of like this third party doesn't really want to play with them as much anymore. And there's a feeling of like them trying to sustain this connection, okay? So that's one thing that I would say. So this third party is just really not wanting to run away. 1 minute. Late 57. Woohoo! Can we get to 200 tonight? What is Narika's feelings for me? Says SK. There's new love here. However, this person wants you to really approach this relationship compared to them, because they've left you um kind of go like work on your own things. So it's just like, okay, they'll come in, they'll initiate this relationship with you, or they'll do all the kind of like tell me what they want. Temperance in reverse, they're not really in control of their lives right now, and this could be why they've relinquished control over this, is because they're like, I don't know where I'm going, so rather they tell me what what they want, okay? Tanya says, Tanya, can I buy the laptop I want with the way I have in mind? Hmm. I think the cards are saying that this is a very interesting idea that you have. Um, I don't see from the cards it won't work. There's kind of a feeling of getting more relaxed. So there's kind of like relax and go with the flow on this. Keep an eye on like people's motivations or like what they're doing. But the star in reverse, like grow your own thing. So I do feel like you are working very hard, like working good on this, but it kind of feels like just take it slowly, just like go with the flow on this, and you will get what you want. Okay? Bachi. Bachi says, what are next plans of E for me? When will he contact me? Will he drive to my place sometime? Yes, yes, you should, but you should also relax as well, Tanya. Next plans. Okay, so when will he contact me? No time soon, Baji. It seems like they're very focused on earning money right now instead of thinking about friendships, relationships. Um he isn't um he doesn't want to look after you or care for you right now, so it's kind of like this feeling of you will be working on your own thing. So it kind of feels like you're supposed to be doing your own thing. And does he drive by my place sometimes? He does, but it's kind of like how can I explain it? When he gets lost, he kind of drives by like parts of the place, like the parts like the suburb you're in or the area you're in compared to like anywhere else. Okay? Tricia says, purpose and cause of my dad's agenda when it comes to me and my kids. From the cards that I'm feeling, it's like you had a bad, or maybe not a bad childhood, but there was kind of like a feeling of like he's trying to make up for being like not as good of a dad when you were young, and he's trying to make that up with your kids. So it's kind of like a feeling of that you don't trust it because you had this kind of altercation, but it's kind of also that he wants to turn their love into a way of making you love him as well. It's like, oh yeah, but your kids love me. So do you realize that there's kind of like this undercurrent of like he wants to make reparations for the past, but I don't think that he's going the right way about it. And there's kind of like this insidious of like, okay, like I know that I wasn't that great, but you know, like the past is the past. And sometimes you have to like forgive someone on your own terms, you know? So that's one thing that's coming up that I would let you know. Ruchi says Adasha's ex current feelings. There was third party between us, but I don't know about now, and I want him back like we were. With the tension, just drive by his work. Sorry, Baji. Yeah. Tracy, I don't think that he's changed, unfortunately. That's what I'm feeling from the cards. So for you want these things to change. Like you want this person to come back and like things the way they were. However, you will get this person back. There's like this feeling of connectedness. This person's scared of like entering this relationship again, but I think they'll naturally come to you if you are still available for them to do so. But do you realize that it comes with red flags? So this person isn't changed. They will still do the same things. So you've got to realize that that's a normal thing for them to do. The Dark Lucian are current feelings, A's current feelings and intentions towards me. Okay. Yeah, I feel so Ruchi. Um, so there's manifestation when it comes to this. Thank you, Laura, for the donation. Give me a second and I will be doing your question next. So there is a feeling of manifestation here, but it's like slow going. There's kind of like a feeling that um yeah, so it's kind of a weird thing that I would say that you are dealing with is like a very slow going, and also this person doesn't know whether they want to settle down and have a relationship even though they're manifesting you in their life. So do take time to proceed slowly with them. It could be that they have been through a lot in the past. I'm not going to tell you like anything specific because it feels like there was a lot more than I could explain to you. Um, that makes them really cautious of relationships. So if you do want this person, or want to be around this person, it doesn't mean that you need to be in a relationship to have this person around. It's just that they have trust issues, they have a lot of things going on because they've had to question a lot about things that other people don't have to worry about, okay? So Laura says, when will M Aries reach out to me and what does he want? Okay. So, Laura, I'm going to do the pendulum for time thing because it's easier, it's very efficient. So when will M Aries reach out to you? So it seems to be like 2 to 3 weeks from now. It could be that like they send two separate messages. It's like 2 week and then another one on the third week. The pendulum saying yes, I'm right. Thank you, pendulum. So what day is the first? So it'll be a Thursday next. Yeah, Thursday next week, which is weird because I usually say 2 weeks from now, but it feels like it is next week that you get a message from them. And what do they want? I think that they really want the connection back. They don't want to be friends. They want they want to prove that they're good enough, you know. They want to prove that they want this connection. They also seem to at the moment feel like they want a family with you. So that is an interesting sign as well. Release your ex. Time has come to clear your energy. So it could be just like let them go and, you know, I'll come back to you. Okay? Okay. Thank you for the donation, Laura. Divine Soul says, "What is Owen doing currently? I feel an energetic disconnect. Why?" Yeah, so therefore, this person, like Erwin, will reach out back out to you, Divine Soul. Why are you feeling a disconnect? Is this person's feeling more about, you're very welcome, Laura, about the future than they are about the past, like the past of the present? So there's kind of like this disconnect, like mentally, and so therefore you're feeling this disconnect because you can feel the energy change even though they're in not in for you, okay? um so there's a feeling of like Nine of Wands, good news is coming in for you very soon, and the Lovers, it is feeling like a wind will flow back to you because the Lovers is a very strong card, it's a very strong bond. There's no one else. There's no one, like with the good news and the Lovers, I would say no one else. It's just that like Owen's feeling like he doesn't matter. There's a very strong feeling of I don't matter to people. That's a feeling there. Even though he matters to you, he just needs to feel that a little bit more. So that's a feeling with the Lovers card, is a very strong bond that you're going to come together and have that strong bond again. Tenica says, "Will can you tell me about my next 48 hours?" Of course you can. Okay, so there's a little bit of heartbreak, a little bit setback. So this could be just that something's not going to go the way you planned it. That doesn't mean that you have to, like, no, I don't think so, Divine Soul, not yet. So it's not the way you planned it. So don't worry, don't stress. There's a feeling of self-reflecting, taking time to really figure that out for you. And there's also a feeling of being back in control. So do kind of control yourself a little bit more. You're very welcome, Divine. So just this, take time and react on things, okay? Channel says, question one, will my Libra appreciate and respect me because when we get married? Because it's weak in front of girls. Okay, so at the moment it's weak in front of girls. Give me a second. I did some leg day the other day. I did like 180 squats and my legs are just like dying. Okay. What do I have to do to get a private reading and how much? So at the moment I offer £5 tarot readings. You can find them through Coffee. So there should be a link tree at the top of YouTube, and you can go to Coffee. I do a monthly subscription, and you can also just purchase a one-off. So we do have other people that have signed up for the monthly reading, so they get it every single day. So that's a big thing for them. And you can also, I will be transitioning over to some video readings. They will be a little bit more expensive, but then you get them straight away, like 24 hours, and then So it depends on which one you prefer, but that's the case. Okay, so let me get back to the question. Who was I on, guys? Can you type those links in chat too? Give me a second. Can anybody remember who I was on? I know that's really bad and very unprofessional to say, but go. Oh, channel! Channel! Sorry. Thank you. That's who I was on. Sorry. Channel. So I know it's you. Will my Libra appreciate and respect me? So there feels like this person is walking away from the life of being weak in front of girls, um, and saving all its emotions for you. So it feels like, yes, there's kind of like this transition and feeling like being more in control of itself. So yeah. And the lovers, it's very strong, like this bond. So I do feel like there's the transition, and yeah, I'll be faithful for you. Okay? Ma'am, my battery's going to die. Oh no. Sorry. Well, that's what the cards say. Then thank you. Did my person cut off an appropriate relationship with his third party, his baby mama? Unfortunately, hasn't, but it doesn't seem to be that he's interested in his baby mama. It seems like um past kind of wounds, and she's angry with him. Fair enough, but it's kind of like that this is carrying through, so he's not really like interested in her at all. It seems like he's more interested in you. So do you realize that you might feel like this is a still thing, but it's just frustrating because you know she's still in your lives. Okay. Whose phone was gonna die? Olaf says, question one, I'm sick from last month because of bacterial infection. I took so much medication, still sick. When will I get better fully? So at the moment, it seems like you're not really looking after yourself very well. So therefore, you can supplement with food. So look after yourself with food, and it seems like cut down drinking, but it might be that you're not taking in enough fluid or the right amount of fluid that's how can I explain it? Healthy. So there's kind of a feeling of getting rid of some toxins through water. Don't take too much water because it's still toxic for you in large amounts, but And I feel like your headspace is kind of not realizing that you will get better soon. So do be more positive, because the positivity of like, I'm going to get better. I'm going to get better tomorrow. I know I'm going to get better. That your body will stop being so under pressure, and it will perform better. They've done studies, so the whole idea of being a little bit more positive about like, hey, I'm going to get better, I'm going to get better fully, you're going to get there, you know. Okay. So I do feel like it's going to be like the end of the month that you're going to be like finish this round of like things, but do work a little bit more on what you're eating and how much fluid you're drinking, but make sure that you are drinking some amount instead of chugging down water, okay? Are you taking the right medication? I don't see anything about wrong medication here. But I would also, if you are having some very side effects, make sure that you are telling your doctor, because they might not have known the side effects that you got. Okay? Jenny says, question one, hello, universe put me and him on a hard path that I don't know at the end of it. Um, I would drink more now. Definitely drink a certain amount of water, because it's helping you get rid out of things in your environment, but make sure that you don't overwater yourself, because there's something like underwater and overwater yourself. Jenny says, question one, universe put me and him on hard path that I don't know the end of it. What will be the emotional result of the story of me and him? No contact now. So there kind of feels like you learned more about this relationship than he did, Jenny. So that's one thing that I would feel. This person blames a lot of their environment and blames a lot of other people for their kind of problems. That's one thing that's coming through, is like, you have learned to brace like, hey, like, I can do something about this, but the other, like, the person that you're asking about blames the environment, blames everything else but themselves. So it's kind of a hard thing, because the Nine of Cups, there is that kind of yin yang energy, perfect partnership, but if this person doesn't wake up and realize that everything's not their enemy, they're going to be very, very lonely in life. So, Jenny, it says to retreat, it's time to disconnect from the world. There you go. And Megaha says, ma'am, I am the battery girl. Let me know your question, because I know how that would be frustrating. Your battery dies and then you don't get your question read. Hi, is a my twin flame. What does he think about me? You're very welcome, Jenny. Love and light to you. Okay, so this person doesn't want to care and protect you. They do see you as an option though. So it seems like they have chosen you, but there's kind of a feeling that they want you to be more independent, a little bit more not so emotionally invested in them. That's kind of what coming through. So they want you to be more independent. even though they love the parts of you that they're here, you're very welcome, Megaha. Um, that you are very caring, very shy, self-effacing, kind of feeling like being very nervous a lot of times. And I think that they think by showing you this kind of tough um love that you will transition into having these traits that they love and other traits. But I think this will give you like a little bit of complex because Christine, so you therefore go to Coffee and type in a message and let me know what you want. There's also my email, which is mysticcassandra@gmail.com. So therefore, just message me, and I will talk you through the process. Okay. So there you go. There's your reading. Paige Simmons says, Vinit, feelings and thoughts for me. I hope that helped you today. This person's fears are really in their mind. You're very welcome, Megaha. They're in their mind a lot. So there's kind of like it's not about you, but I feel like it's their situation. So how can I explain it? They have struggled a lot with COVID, and they're going to lose something that they really like, you know? So that's one thing that I would say is like their situation's going to change quite soon. Even though I think that they're going to recover from this, it just feels like they're focused on this bit. Okay? There's also this feeling of focusing on you just to make sure you're okay, that you're fine, that you're not going to leave, because there's kind of like this feeling of domino effect, and this person doesn't want you to leave, okay? But that's what's coming through for your reading. Munzia says, will Muhammad Amin new marriage be successful? You're very welcome. It will be, but it's going to take a lot of work. I don't know whether this is arranged marriage, but it feels like it was very fast to get married. So it's kind of like a frustration here where like two people have had to be put together, like squished together, and then they've had to work this out. So it's going to work. It's just going to take Muniza. Thank you, Muniza. Let me know next time if I get that wrong. So yeah, there's kind of like is going to be slow growing for them, but it will work out. Elk says, is company I freelance for happy with my work, me and my work long term? What do you do, Elk? If I can ask. You're very welcome. Okay, so they are very happy with your creative efforts or your creative problem solving. Your chariot in reverse, I do feel like they will contact you again for more work. But there's kind of like a feeling of physical stuckness. So you have to realize that you might take on jobs because you want the money. um, but you've got to kind of figure out whether you can take these jobs on for yourself. So that's one thing that I would definitely feel is like, do you realize if you're overworking yourself or that you're saying yes to things that you don't really want to do? Okay? There you go. So they're satisfied and they want you back. Katika says, anger Scorpio today, feel miss me, lead to marriage. Angel card. Oh, nice. Animation design and video editing. You know, I actually trained in animation. I don't know anything about design and I'm very bad at video editing. Okay. So, yes. Thank you, Karen. So one thing that I would definitely feel is you're an option for them, and it seems like you've got some very practical love. However, this person's in their own head, like their own environment. So it's kind of like, yeah, I know. Um, something that you didn't know about me. So there's kind of like this feeling of headspace, like this person I don't feel like it's going to get married to you because there's kind of a feeling like they want to see other things out there. They want to see other people. Yeah, I know. What do you animate in? Or is it everything? Codependency addictions are affecting your romantic life. So there you go. Mo says, will Thalia return to work? Um, yes. Like, Mo, this person will go back to work. However, there's kind of like this feeling of this is going to take time. You might need to stop being so frustrated at them, Mo, because they are trying to do their best, but it's going to take them a lot of time because they're physically stuck in a situation and they need to resolve that before they can get a job. Tanishqua? Is that Tanishqua? Should I join or work with my father? The cards are saying no, but I'll tell you why. It's because your father would undercharge you, even though he knows that you are worth that money. It seems like you're not going to get that from him. There's also like this division, like you're going to get very frustrated with this and you're going to walk away after a time, but there will be this separation of like you accepting the family, okay? So that's one thing that I would say to you. Twisted Fate says, should I take the college exam? Oh, poor cats. There doesn't seem like the time to do this college exam. It seems like it's going to be frustrating for you and you're going to get angry with it. Um and there's like this feeling of like you don't know anybody that's going to college, or like there's kind of this thing that you won't have other people to help you. You're very welcome. But there's imagination here, like abundance of ideas. So I don't feel like this college exam thing is for you. but it's because there's other things that you can do that will have a better chance of winning for you. Okay? 13 says Omar's current feelings and intentions towards me. There's a feeling of heartbreak because this person is focusing on the future instead of focusing on the present and going alone. So it's like they are still heartbroken. You're very welcome, Twisted Fate. Let me know how you go. And then going on this journey. So it seems like they're still holding on to a little bit of brokenheartedness when it comes to you. Lord says, hello again. I've submitted the project for my PhD until the end of February. Will I make it? By the hair of your chinny chin chin. The whole idea is, Lords, you have to really work on your strengths. You're focusing on your weaknesses and you need to work on your strengths more, and you're scared of like like getting stuff done. There's kind of a feeling of like, what if it's not good enough? And you just have to kind of put in the work without really worrying about where it's going to end up. You just need to kind of chunk it in, you know? Page of Wands in reverse. There's kind of a feeling like you could ask people to proofread your PhD. So do kind of like allow people to come in and read it for you. So because I think that overall, you might be not giving yourself like as much credit, and not giving yourself enough time, even though it's the end of February. It's like nearly the end of January now. So it's like 2 more weeks and it's the end of January, you know? So do realize you might not have as much time as you think you do. Okay? There you go. Um, Crazy girl. 13, you didn't understand. Well, he's going on to like other things, but he's still got a little bit of heartbreak for you. So every time he thinks of you, his heart is broken. Crazy girl, where's your question? Oh, what's coming towards me in Korea and how does it look like? Oh. Okay, so one thing that I would say for you is you get something that's perfect for you. Crazy girl. It's like designed for you. It's kind of a weird thing for you for Korea, but it's just like a perfect thing. So there's a perfect match for you job wise. And this is about like you're a very caring soul, a very loving soul. So it might be charity work. It's something to do with like 100K before March. Yeah, so it's a really caring thing. So it could be charity work that's paid. There's kind of like this feeling of caring or giving. So it could be a caring position, but it's something to do with like the strengths that you have that you're carrying a lot. And like your friends or your family might dissuade you from this, but you are very good with these things, and I think that you will surpass like what people wanted you to do with this, okay? So I think that you've got to have that bit where you feel like you're wanted and needed, like you're doing a good job in life, okay? Okay. Thank you. That would be interesting, actually. I haven't done animation in ages. I feel like I'd be quite rusty. 100k before March says general. Okay. A general reading. What's 100k before March? Money? Moolah? I hope that you get 100k, or is it just like 100k fans? Okay, so your strength, like, there's a little bit of weakness here. So that's not bad, but you've got to realize that you need to stop pulling yourself up for your weaknesses. Um, and there is kind of a celebration coming for you before March. So I do feel like you'll get the 100k before March. There's kind of a feeling of like, okay, I've got what I wanted. Page of Swords, you shouldn't be anxious about the future. Good things are coming towards you now. Okay, you'll get back in the groove quickly. I hope so. um, Alia says, "Hello, ma'am. Why couldn't my ex fall in love with another girl? We separated for a long time." Okay, that sounds really good. Thank you. Thank you for the offer. Okay, because he hasn't found someone. Awesome milk. Um, the thing is, he hasn't found anybody he wants to have a family with. That's one thing that I would definitely say is like the imagination for this person's very strong. So I would say that they need to be in a relationship or know someone before they develop love feelings for them. And justice in reverse, they're always scared of like, I don't think it's like karma coming back to bite them, but people being really like mean to them, bad relationships. Bad relationships happening. That's one thing that I would say is the bad relationships happening. Okay, so Mo, I already did your question, my love. LSED says, "Will I? When will I get together with my Gemini? I sent him a long message today. Will he like the message?" Mate, today he's been absolutely wiped out. Like he doesn't have any energy before. Like after this, he's just like absolutely gone. Like today's been really hard work. So that's one thing that I would say. But you shouldn't worry because good things are coming around the corner for you. So I do feel like this person's going to message you back, but probably not today because yeah, the overwhelmed doesn't want to like sit there and go thank you for the message. I think that's going to be tomorrow, okay? But it's very cute. I think that he will perk up when he sees that. Real Love says, "Please, when will my father bring some money home? Will it's going to make my mom happy?" It feels like a lot of questions there. You're very welcome. Okay. So, when is your father? I think that at the moment your father is trying his best. It's kind of weird thing because your father is not someone that is humble uh and doesn't take advantage of things. It's either like I got something or I didn't get something. So it feels like it's more a lack of like seeing things than a lack of like things being out there, you know? So it's kind of like don't focus on the present, like don't focus on the future, focus on the present and kind of work with what you've got. But he doesn't do that. It's kind of a feeling like he just sits there and goes, oh, well, I didn't get anything today. So I do feel like you're manifesting something for yourself that you won't need to worry about your dad um bringing in money, because I think that you'll bring in money because that manifestation feels very strongly yours. So I do feel like you're going to make more money, that you just looks that. So he he only sees what he wants to see. He only sees what he wants to see. And so, therefore, if he focused on the present and focused on what's in front of him, he would be able to get a job quite quickly or get some money quite quickly. But because he tends to focus on yeah, so, yeah. Um, but not in like I think there's a stubbornness of spirit. It's a stubbornness of mind. Like he doesn't see anything else but what he wants to see. So it's kind of like that bit. Okay? But I do feel like you're manifesting in things because you are getting frustrated with him and you're going to manifest in more money so you can look after your mom. Okay? Kanika says, is Pratik in love with me? Does he ever miss me? What does he think of me? Okay. So, is this person in love with you? There is the feeling of yin and yang partnership. So, you're brought together in this combined happiness. However, I do feel like this person's scared to really show their true feelings. You're very welcome, real love. Scared to show their true feelings, so they don't share it with anybody. And so, therefore, they tend to work on being a workaholic and working very, very hard. And so, therefore, they tend to keep slipping their mind that they really love this. It's kind of like they've got to be vulnerable and they don't stop to be vulnerable with you. So even though they have this love, they don't want to admit it. Okay? Bara says, hi, please. I'm currently having issues. Please advise. Should I ignore Winston and what he informed me, or should I give in and play nice to make him go away? That sounds more like a police issue than anything. I think, yeah, your head is in the wrong aspect. So you're actually in um your own headspace about this, and you should be checking your red flags. So it's more like be present, check your flags, because there's something big that you aren't seeing because you are really in your own headspace taking non-action, you know, and that's important. The other thing is that there is a celebration coming in for you that should be yours to own. So do you realize that if it's like someone at work or a colleague or something like that, um your work or your life is yours, and you should take advantage of, like, you did the work and you should get the reward. Okay? Okay. AH says Neil's current feelings towards me. There's a feeling of caring about you, but there's also a feeling like there's some. You're very welcome, Barbara. Um, there's a feeling like this person might give you a certain amount of emotional insecurity because you're trying to explain your feelings, and this person shuts down and they don't really talk about your feelings whatsoever, and they kind of make you feel like you're going a little bit crazy. It's also a feeling of like stepping away from you and not wanting to commit to a happy life kind of together. So that's an important one that I would say is like you might have a different kind of view of like what you want in life, and so therefore they have a different view from you, and you have to reconcile that because they don't want the same thing as you. Sarah says, I broke up with my ex and now I'm not in a relationship. Now I'm at crossroads. What is God's justice for my emotional life? Okay, so there is a feeling that because of this heartbreak, it was a very bad heartbreak. Like, honestly, like if this rating scales of heartbreak, not that I really need to measure that, it's at least a 9.5. So that was a really, like, you took a step back. You were in kind of pain for a long time. And that is translating over into your fear response. So when we go through a certain amount of pain, and you kind of like become a little bit traumatized, your brain will start trying to remove yourself from situations like that. So it's like, oh, well, this is something that you fear, being in a relationship, you know? And so therefore it's pushing you away. Even though you want love, it's pushing you away. Um, so you need to work on that. There is a lot of loving options around you, but you need to work on that fear first so that your brain kind of gets excited, gets like understanding about like, hey, I shouldn't be worried about love. I should be embracing love, you know? There you go. Which a week will Shabai contact me? Week. Okay. It's like saying 5 weeks from now, so it's going to be a while, okay? So it's good karma, it's good karma. Lily Cat says, give me a second. Thanks for the opportunity. I'm a Libra wondering how my Scorpio sees, views, feels about me, and if we do have a real future of love. Okay. So there is this feeling of, you're very welcome, Sarah. There's a feeling of this person's a little bit nervous about the future with you, but everything is good. So I think that because my partner's Scorpio, um yeah, they can be a little bit nervous, a little bit paranoid, but life is always good. So it seems like at the moment life is good for both of you. They're feeling like slightly nervous, like maybe that you're feeling different from them. So like, do they like me? Do they love me? The hangman in reverse, there's kind of like this feeling of being scared to say things first. So I feel like the commitment's there, but the whole idea of saying things first in case you don't like them or don't want them, because there's kind of like this kind of paranoid. Scorpios could be a little bit paranoid. But that's one thing that I would say is like, I don't want to say it first in case you don't feel the same way. And there's a focus on you, very, very strong focus on you. But overall, I do feel like the hot and cold energy is like this kind of nervousness versus with them being scared. Um, and this are not going to go away. So if you are like wanting this to be resolved, Scorpios Scorpios don't change. So do realize that my partner always asks me all the time, like, do you love me? It doesn't seem like you love me. I'm like, I tell you I love you all the time. I make you a cup of tea in the morning. Would I love you? It's like, I'm a Taurus, so I can be very practical. Always like, oh, but you they need reassurance. Well, I do too. Well, maybe you do have to just ask your Scorpio, like I do, like kiss, hug, like a little child, kiss, hug. Okay. Amarita says Maya's current feelings for me. So there is the High Priestess. This person's manifesting in this relationship with you. There's also good news. So this person's very happy. You're very welcome, Lily. Very happy and very enthusiastic about this relationship. However, they don't feel like pursuing more. So they're like, okay, if I get this, then I will. I won't. I won't kind of pursue more because they are a little bit scared of the future. Okay. Okay. So, Bartholomew, are you still here? It sounds like Bartholomew and Arthur at the same time. Hello, I would really appreciate a reading right now, please. I broke up with my ex a month ago. I would like to know her feelings and what would happen. I'm a Scorpio, the honest truth, please. I'm sorry. We've been, teasing Scorpios. No, I love my Scorpio. It's a very interesting relationship. I'm a Taurus, so, Um, so, okay. I want to know her feelings and what will happen. Okay, so at the moment, she doesn't see any more, like, um, options but you. So it seems like there is this feeling that even though you broke up, this person still thinks about you a lot. And there's a feeling of that you should not focus on the future, focus on the present. Because even though you've walked away, there kind of feels like there's this feeling of that you could get back together again. But it's just like there was a issue of how you felt versus what she felt. I'm feeling the feeling of that she didn't feel seen by you in general, there was kind of a feeling of, oh, okay, like you don't see me as a person. This could just be that you had different things on your mind versus her, but there was a very feeling of not being seen by you. Goal says, hello, dear likes, thank you. Oh, my device is decharged now. Oh no. Am I that powerful? I've drained your battery. Can I know what direction his life is going now? His ex, I think, knew. You're very welcome. I hope that brought you peace. What direction his life is going now? Ex, I think he has a new partner. No contact. He does have a new partner. He's got out of a little bit of mental struggles with himself and others. So that's one thing that I would definitely say. But there is still fear. There's a undercurrent of fear. Now, I don't feel like this is relationships, but more like things will run away, you know? So, like, even though he can hold on to it, it seems like it slips through his fingers and he is very scared of that. Okay, so Arena says, do the family of my partner Dick's home think I'm not matching their class? What is about the class financial status? Okay. So yes, they do not think that you're matching their class, but it is the financial status aspect of it. So I do feel like this is all money. So there's kind of like this feeling of that they've built wealth. Their son is going to inherit the wealth, and so therefore they don't want anybody coming in that they think is going to abuse the wealth, which is going to make this your partner very lonely because obviously not everybody has old money, you know. Um, so I feel like your partner feels heartbroken that he definitely loves you because there's a feeling of very much like focusing on you, trying to protect you from feeling like you're different. There's kind of like this feeling that it shouldn't matter because it doesn't matter to him. But there's a heartbreak between like trying to be a good son and trying to be a good boyfriend or partner. And that's kind of a hard thing because there's kind of be pulled, like he's getting pulled two ways. And whether or likes it or not, he's tied to both because he's dependent on the finances getting passed down to him, but then like it is impacting him heavily. Give me 1 second. 5 minutes, guys. 5 minutes. I will be back in chat soon. Okay. Sorry about that. Krishna says, question 2, was E seeing another woman romantically in Woolbridge? There was this interest in people, but I don't feel like they got any kind of luck. But yeah, there was kind of like this interest, but it didn't work out happening. So, you know. Alex, general, please? Of course, Alex. I will finish up in an hour, guys, so it will be 11 o'clock my time. But, you know, so there is a lot of things coming in for you, Alex. Good news coming in, good news and travel. There's prosperity and abundance for you. You're very welcome, Krishna. And so I would also feel like if you're in a relationship, Alex, like you're starting to really work together. That's one thing that I would definitely tell you. If you are single, someone's coming in for you, but this is with the background of that you're very highly compatible, so you meet each other either where you grew up or you're from the same area. There's religious beliefs that bring you together. There's something very, very strong that comes and connects you together. So do seek out people that are very similar for you because the compatibility is there. Like there's a very strong background compatibility for you. I do feel like this is coming in this month, so keep your eyes out, keep your eyes peeled for that. So Hot Sun Taurus refuses to speak to me. What his? You're very welcome, Alex. Thank you for being a member. What is his feelings towards me? This feels like you're responsible for this person's mood. So that's a kind of a feeling for me is like there is this feeling of like you are responsible for this person's feelings, which you're not, by the way. Like everybody's got to be responsible for their own feelings, you know? Even if they get hurt, you know? They're fully in reverse. This person's going to keep on carrying on. I don't feel like they're going to get and resolve this issue. They're just going to continue on. So no, but that you know. Hina says, "Oh, pendulum. Please, which month will Javid contact me?" I wish I had a month thing here, but I don't. Which okay, second month. Second month. So 2 months from now, so this would be in February. Um, you're very welcome. Okay, so Era says, when will I get engaged or married? At the moment, Era, don't focus on getting engaged or married. It might be that it's just too, yeah. You need to work harder at this if you want to get engaged or married. So there's kind of like, don't focus on getting engaged and married. Just put in the work. And the Sun, keep your happiness to yourself. Don't kind of invest it in other people so you can shine out and attract other people to you. Okay? So that's one thing that I would definitely say to you that's very strong come through for you. So I would say that the cards are saying to you right now is that you're not putting in the hard work yet. But if you put in that work, you will get married quite soon, because it doesn't feel like there's a time delay. It's more like how much you want this. Okay? Denise Deschelle says, if I text Vincent, how would the conversation go? I will. Give me a second. Um, he'll say that he really misses you and he's sorry that he didn't catch up sooner. However, he thought that you would be busy. Um, and he felt guilty for not contacting you, but he didn't want to, yada, yada, yada. So it kind of feels like this person will make excuses why they haven't contacted you. And that's one thing that I would say. That's something that I would definitely put towards it. Okay. Um, Katie, thank you. Can you please see of what will happen to Jordan and me? Is this the end for us? Thank you for the donation yet again. I appreciate that so much. Okay, so it doesn't seem like the end for you yet, because there seems to be this celebration coming in. This could be actually a card for, this is a card for marriage. This could symbolize you getting married to this person, and there is a feeling of bringing on this romantic um journey that's coming in. However, there seems to be not a lot of work being put in this relationship. And this could be just practical, like practical work, because there seems to be this talk about what you guys want, but it always feels like talk. It doesn't feel like more. So there's kind of like a dreaming of like things to happen, but there seems to be like this kind of, it never has practical steps. The other thing that I would like, the last message for you is that you are taking your weakness of like not being in control of this situation, not really stepping up into yourself and going, this is what we need to do, Katie. You allow this person, um, like Jordan, to control like what the situation is going to be like. And so you don't step into like, hey, I want this way. We will do this. So, that's one thing that I would say to you is just like the strength, the controlling needs to be in your court. Release your ex. Time has come to clear your energy. So anybody that's really like in your past that isn't contributing anything to your life, you should let go of. And flirt. Extend your lighthearted energy to others. Now, I don't think this is like a person per se, but having that in like understanding of like uh flirting with things, like, oh yeah, maybe I want to do this and maybe I want to do that, like having that kind of aspect of putting yourself in this thing where you go, hey, like, what is this going to be like? Give me 1 second. I'm just going to finish up doing this pendulum for error. I think it was error. And then I will get back to your donation. Thank you so much, Katie. I appreciate that. So this is how long you go, when you're going to get married. Sorry. says 2 years from now. It was like saying 3, but it reconsidered. So 2 years, okay, my love? Okay, so will we still be together after this weekend? Engaged or married? I would say 2 years for engagement and 3 years for being married. There you go. Will you still be together after this? It's going to be a little bit hard, to be honest, after this weekend. Because you guys have to step back up into a role that you guys are supporting each other. You can't come from a childish perspective or a selfish perspective where these consequences don't matter to each other. So there's kind of like a feeling of like whatever hurts me hurts you, kind of feeling like you guys have to be in it together. Which is going to take a lot of like growing up to do. Not that you're not grown, it's kind of like this feeling of maturity that's on top of like how many years you've been an adult for, you know? It takes time. King of Pentacles is reverse, and the Hanged Man, it's kind of like this thing of like um yeah, so your Jordan is very focused on making money or like curing the financial woes of himself because he doesn't want to end up in a place again. This is very, very strong. Is like, I do not want to like end up in the same place because, you know, like we had many times, many areas in my childhood where we just didn't have it, and I don't want it not to have it again because, you know, it doesn't make me feel good. That's one thing that's coming through. The temptation is to believe that there's a lot of other people out there for you both, and it could just be that at the moment you both are feeling like this kind of frustration with each other and like this resentment sometimes, like that you can't just have this kind of easygoing life and nothing goes wrong, you know. That's one thing that's coming through. New love. The new person has stirred your romantic feelings. This is probably why the temptation's coming in. And heart to heart conversations honestly discuss your feelings with each other, which is definitely this. Um, I think that one thing that I would say is like the still together over the weekend is because you guys have to really work on a difference of a relationship. There's got to be like instead of having the same relationship, it has to be different. Because it's not giving you guys the space that's needed to really grow and really come together as partners. Like this is not so instead of having a business together, you guys have a life together, and that's got to really come together. So I don't think that you won't be together. It's just that you have to decide whether you take that temptation and move on, because that might feel easier, but I don't think that it will be easier. Thank you so much for those donations. Olaf says, when will Pietro give me money back? It's going to be very slow. It's going to be installments, so do realize to ask like smaller sums of money until it kind of appears in your bank account, but don't expect it to come overnight, and don't expect to bug him even though he really cares for you. It kind of feels like you might just accept that you're not going to get this money back and write it off, because it might be easier for you to deal with him if, you know, you go, okay, that's fine. Okay, yes, says, can I have a general reading for the rest of this year, please? Okay, so you're getting out of mental struggle. So that's good. So the rest of the year, you're going to be out of this mindset of struggling with yourself, which is great. It's better to struggle with anybody else but yourself because it's in vain. The Fool in reverse, it seems like you're going to have a pretty easy year. There doesn't seem to be something big that's going to come and bulldoze you, you know, it's going to be fine. However, do realize that there's a lot of people that are not going to care and protect you. Thank you, Divine Soul. Can you ask, put down your question? Thank you so much. But there seems to be like not any care and protection that comes from other people. So do realize the rest of this year you've got to look after your own interests, look after yourself first. Okay? Okay. So while I'm waiting for Divine Soul, I'm going to ask Krishna's question. What is your Oh, that's interesting. Okay. So it's a Libra for you, Krishna. Okay, Divine Soul says, will me and Owen start living together? Will his ex interfere in our relationship or cause any trouble? Okay, so it's going to take a while for you guys to live together. It might be that you guys take time. So it could be that you live together, but kind of almost like separate, but together. I don't know how to explain it, but like, you know how you have like separate flats or something like that? That's one thing that I would say, Divine Soul. So that's one thing. Justice in reverse. That kind of feels like you guys have to get something over and done with. So there's kind of a feeling of like karma getting resolved. So there's kind of like really honestly like, and it could be that you have an argument to resolve all of this pent up issues that have come up. I don't usually suggest having an argument, but it seems like that will clear the air and make it more that these guys, you both get together better and mesh better, and it seems like then you guys will move in together real for real. But until that time, um I do feel like Owen will be more like not really offering and not offering, you know? Um and there's this feeling of not really getting to play with each other. So it seems like Owen might be traveling for business and you see him less. How long is this going to take? Like, I was feeling like next year from the cards, but let me ask. Is it this year? So it's not this year. I'm sorry. So it's not this year. Next year? Next year? Yes. Okay. How many months next year? The seventh month of next year. Okay. Thank you for the donation. Lily Brown says, question one, love reading. You're very welcome, Divine Soul. I'm looking forward to doing your Reiki sessions tomorrow morning. I am very excited to see how your Reiki sessions are going. Um, so your love reading, Lily. So you're manifesting in me sneezing. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding you, Lily. Um, I did sneeze, but I don't think that you were like, Cassandra's gonna sneeze. No, I'm kidding. Thank you, Divine. So the whole idea is with the High Priestess, you're manifesting in a lot of like new possibilities when it comes to love. And you shouldn't focus on the future. You should focus on the present. Thank you, Jean. I appreciate the bless you. Um, and focus on the red flags before people come into your life, before you make that investment, because I do feel like you fall very easily for people straight away. Thank you, Karen. And so, therefore, you should allow things to naturally pass to you because I don't think you have to work very hard with manifesting love, especially this month. So do take time to just keep on holding that vision of who you want to be with, because it seems that it's going to be fine for you. Uh, Jean says, "What are Andrew's feelings and intentions towards me?" Um, there's a feeling like this person wants a lot of your attention. So they want your love, want all your energy. Unfortunately, they don't tend to pay back. So there's kind of like this feeling like you give them a lot, but they don't pay back. There's a lot of lust and imagination here, but when it comes to you, it feels like there's a certain amount of unfulfillment. It could be that they don't realize what, like why it's not reciprocal. So do realize that. Past life relationships, you've known each other before. There could be a feeling like this person's very much like one of your parents, and so therefore there's kind of a feeling of that they must love you because you're trying to impress them so much, like a parent. Usually it's the father, but sometimes it's mum too. Um, Baby Indigo says, please, ma'am, do we have a spiritual connection? Her feelings towards me, no contact, internet relationship. I don't feel like you have a spiritual connection. There seems like you're more spiritual than she is. And so therefore that's kind of really kind of pushing you guys away from each other, because there's kind of a feeling like you want more spirituality, she wants less spirituality. There's a feeling like she's not satisfied or sated in this relationship. It could be that it's just too long distance, and so therefore there's kind of a feeling of abstinence doesn't always make the heart grow fonder. It's just like because you're so absent, she does not always realize what you like, who you are. And this fear, like you're more scared of losing this relationship than, yeah, than they are, you know? No worries, Jean. Maya says general reading. Okay, so there's a lot of the people that you used to look up to, but you don't now, and you've walked away from a lot of people that you put on a pedestal, um, that you now know are absolutely 110% fake. Well, thank you. That was nice. I didn't realize that was tea. So my partner comes in, hands me like what it looks like water. I'm like, okay, right? Start glugging it down as tea. But it looks like water. I'm poisoned. Help me. So no, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. So yeah, you walked away from a lot of people that you put on a pedestal. Now you're coming into your ideas phase. So there's a lot of ideas and downloads from the universe that are coming in for you, and you're receiving them, and you can do a lot more than you want to do. Hello, Diamond. How are you? And so therefore, the ideas phase you need to go into slowly. So you need to work on your ideas, but slower. You know? Oh no! What's that face for? That looks like you're in pain and yeah, screaming. um, Thank you, Annabella. So do things slowly instead of fast. So what's your question, Divine Soul? Thank you for the donation. Yes, you can, Dime, but you'll have to keep on putting your question down until I see it. He is not responding to any of my messages. Is he getting them? When will he receive my messages? Like, I do feel like he is getting them, but they're not registering it. So that's the hard part, is that he's getting them, but they're just passing through. Like, how can I explain it? So he sees them, but the heart is not registering at the moment. So, how can I explain it? Um, so he's physically and emotionally and numb. So when you go through trauma, when things in life are very traumatic in general, you start shutting down your feelings, your emotions first, because you don't need emotions to survive. So a lot of times you just block out things and you don't feel anymore. It's a weird place to be, but you feel totally apathic. You don't care. You don't feel. Um, but there is this feeling of this yin and yang energy. You're slowly waking this him up, but it's going to take a while for him to get back to you. I don't think it's blocked more than like he's just looking at that. Um, I think he's seen the message, but he hasn't registered it. So you know how you look at a number and you know who it is from, but he hasn't actually read the message. It's like, oh, okay. It's like the heart is just not there at the moment. He doesn't feel, even though he wants to feel. There's kind of that feeling. So, did you want me to ask like when he's going to see them? Annabella says, "It is nice to see you, Cassie. Can you tell me Libra's feelings towards me? We broke up." No. Okay, so there is a feeling like this person was physically stuck for a long time. Give me a second, Divine. So, how many weeks until he really opens them? So, 1 week from now, you will get a response back because he'll actually get talking to you. Okay, let's get back to your reading. No, I don't think it's trouble. I think it's just like things have been too much and he's shutting down. So, back to your reading. Uh, Give me 1 second. Annabella. We'll get back to your reading, Annabella. So it feels like this person doesn't want to care and protect you anymore. There was a feel of physical stuckness, um, feeling like there's new love coming in. So this person, you're very welcome, Divine Soul. There was a feeling that they wanted a particular like love. So there was like this person that stirred their interest and they walked away from this relationship. So I do feel like this person didn't think about how you felt or is feeling about what you're feeling. So it's kind of like this person's just kind of thought of you as a thing, even though that's a really bad thing to say. It feels like this person just sees you as a thing. Okay, Fatin says, "Does Omar watching me and miss me?" You're still this person's world, in this person's life, in their brain. So you're still like part of their world. However, I don't feel like this Omar misses you right now because there's a lot of things to take their attention, take their time, and so therefore I don't feel like they're really working on that, you know? So it seems like they're not really focusing on you at all. They're focusing on their life instead. So there you go. Okay, so Diamond says Michelle M. Will he get into a serious relationship with my. You're very welcome, Fatine. You've got to thank Karen for picking that up for you. So, will you get in a serious relationship with your ex? It seems like there's a possibility. However, there still seems to be some warning signs or some red flags about that. So do you realize that the red flags are trying to cautioning you? Um, and there's kind of a feeling that this person wants to go their own way in life. So they're going to disregard the rules of like dating or, in general, like that feeling of frustration at all. So that's one thing that I would say is the frustration of um like living society's rules instead of their own. So I do feel like they don't want to be in a committed relationship, even though you could probably convince them to be one. I don't think they'll be happy in one. So there you go. Nala says, when will I conceive with my second baby? Okay, so how many months until you conceive with your second baby? It's going to be only 3 months for you before you conceive a second baby. Lotus Rose says, what is the real reason behind my unemployment being stopped? It didn't make sense. Thank you. Okay. The the thing is that you are probably going through a agency, like a job agency, and they have to fill a certain quota of people that they employ. So therefore, they've written you down as I do, Erica. That should be in the description, Erica. Let me know if you want that on stream or off stream. Let me know. Just put PayPal and I'll double check it. So therefore, they've got a certain quota. Going back to you, Lotus Rose, that they have to do, and so they wrote on like your name on it, even though you're not employed yet, and so therefore now you've had to resolve it in general. Um, there's a feeling like you're not getting paid as much um in general, and you should get more. So double check your payments and stop the fear that's coming inside you, because I think there's a lot of fear, but it's just like, how can I explain it? You let go of the fear, allow things to naturally come in. You could probably even say to people, okay, well, um, what's the next step? Because, like, a lot of times I feel like, oh, I don't have it in the description. Give me a second, guys. Do, 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 do. Um. Okay. Oh yeah, there is that one. There you go. There you go. That should be the right one. So yeah, let go of that fear. Allow the next thing to come in. Okay. That's okay, Erica. It's fine. It's fine. I think I've been pasting my own links. I'm glad I have Karen. She is the best mod ever. I love her so much. You're very welcome, Lotus Rose. Okay, so Joe, can I have a general reading? Of course you can. Okay? So you're very welcome, Dime One. I hope that helped. So the interesting thing is at the moment your mood is shifting depending on the day, depending on the weather. I think that it might be like a little bit of a hormonal balance issue. There's something that's a little bit off right now, and you've got to like rebalance the body. Um I am not a physician. I don't want to like scare you, but there could be just that your mood's kind of changing, but it feels more um specific. It doesn't feel like it's go with the flow like the weather. It's more specifically on how you are going in life, and I think it might be just hormones in general. So it might be a little bit more elevated. So go and double check with your doctor. The one thing that I would say is that you have like a journey in front of you. Like, thank you, Erica. I will get to your question soon enough. There is this feeling of like there's two journeys in front of you. You should choose which one you take, but the ventures, everything is impossible. You might feel like you're a little bit too young or a little bit too small to take them on, but they seem to be really great in front of you. There's also a feeling like um you have dealt with some family issues before. Um and this might be last year, but these things are resolved for you. So they're not coming in for you now. So like they're in the past. So if someone brings them up, you're like, okay, they're in the past, and I'm not going to talk about this again. How family is, they'll bring up things into data, and you're like, it's done. Thank you for the PayPal. Give me 1 second. I want to double check for you. Um, so Erica, what was your question? I just assumed that it was with the PayPal. I'm so sorry. It's me being stupid. Sometimes people put their question on the PayPal, so maybe I'm just assuming. Please post your question, Erica. We've got about 10 minutes left tonight. Unfortunately, I do have a couple of things to do before I finish, like, and go to bed tonight. What kind of good luck will I have this year? I bought some lucky cats. I'm not Japanese, but I bought some lucky cats. And I did because they were so cute. They were so happy. And my other half was like, "Why did you do that?" I was like, "Because they're so happy. They're so small." He's like, "Now we've got another thing to take if we move." I'm like, "Oh." I don't know. It's kind of funny. I I like the whole idea. Actually, sorry, Erica. I will quickly finish the story and then get on to your reading. But when I was young, so it was about 18, and I had this full-time job, and I worked at a Chinese takeaway. And one day, their lucky cat, because I don't know why, like the Chinese takeaway, they had a lucky cat, and it unbalanced on the fridge and fell between me and the person that was working with me and shattered. And I was like, okay, so I got half the luck, you got half the luck. I suppose like you shouldn't say that about a lucky cat shattering, but I was like, okay, half the luck that's been collected over the years, that's pretty not bad. Okay, Erica, what's your luck coming in? I'm sorry that I've derailed chat with a story about my past. Okay, so there seems to be no excitement here, so the luck that's coming in will be expected. So don't worry about like there being uncertain luck coming in, like everything's expected, everything will happen. There's kind of like a celebration coming in October, November this year that's going to come in for you. This could be actually a marriage. I don't know whether this is yours, but it might be an invitation to a marriage, but it's going to be a celebration that has you included in it. But it's a big one. The death card, I feel like about April you will have a cycle resolved for yourself. So that means that you won't have to repeat something. You're getting married in April? Congratulations. It's a massive thing. So, yeah. So there seems to be a cycle resolving for you that you don't have to repeat anymore. So, honestly, it's going to be great. You're gonna be like, ah, the sun in reverse, keep your happiness to yourself. Now, this is important because if you're someone, especially women, I think, that puts your love into other people, then you have to resolve that and you have to spend a lot more time and energy on yourself so you radiate the happiness out from yourself and attract more people to you instead of feeling so like tired all the time. Knight of Wands, good news are coming in. This seems to be about September. For you, there seems to be good news and travel. And the Hierophant, I feel like at December, you're going to be going on your way and you're just going to be like, hey, like, I am. I am going to do my own thing in life. I don't care what other people feel, but I'm just going to do my own thing. Okay? This is unfortunately I going to finish up with Alina tonight and then because I only have like a certain amount of hours tonight. I'm so sorry. I should be back tomorrow. I keep on saying that I'm coming back tomorrow and then not doing it. So I'll try my best, my hardest to come back on tomorrow. Okay, so Alina. Okay, any messages you have for me? Yes, so at the moment, there might be a feeling of pressure on you from a boss or a colleague that's a little bit senior than you. Um, kind of like a bully, because the company is not doing well, and they've got to get certain like things done for the before like the next quota. So do you realize if this person's driving you so hard, that it's because they have to get some stuff done, but it doesn't mean that you can't just like report them to HR. And there's Emperor, there's slow growing. So it could be that you need to really focus on leveling up so you really get to the next stage. And so therefore you don't have to worry about um like you should work on being promoted even if it's slowly so you don't have to take this abuse anymore. Okay? I will be back tomorrow. I promise. I promise, guys. Um, if I haven't answered your question, let me know and sit there and go, you didn't take my question yesterday, okay? So let me know tomorrow, okay? Come in first thing, say, Cassandra, you didn't get my question yesterday, and I'll do it for you, okay? I promise, okay? Let me see you tomorrow, okay? Love everybody. Karen, I will do your 2 questions tomorrow, okay? I won't do it tonight, but I'll do one tomorrow, okay? Love you guys. Bye.